used to tell me I was building a dream, and so I followed the mark. When there was earth to plow or guns to bear, I was always there, right on the job. They used to tell me I was building a dream, with peace and glory ahead. Why should I be standing in line, just waiting for bread? Once I built a railroad, I made it run, made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime? Once I built a tower up to the sun, brick and rivet and lime. Once I built a tower, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime? Once in khaki suits, gee, we look swell, full of that Yankee doodly-dum. 500,000 boots went slogging through hell, and I was the kid with the drum. Say, don't you remember, they called me Al. It was Al all the time. Why don't you remember? I'm your pal. Say, buddy, can you spare a dime? Once in khaki suits, ah, gee, we look swell, full of that Yankee doodly-dum. 500,000 boots went slogging through hell, and I was the kid with a drum. Oh, say, don't you remember? They called me Al. It was Al all the time. Hey, don't you remember? I'm your pal. Buddy, can you spare a dime?
Just crazy about myself.
It's a boon for you, a break for you, to hear that my heart's on the make for you. Yet no matter however appealing, I still have a feeling it's bad for me.
What's up?
I fell till you whispered
Can't wait to go see the back rooms.
completely left on the shelf. But since you started to me, I'm just crazy.
I'm gonna go
about
see
myself.
that. Looks pretty
It's a
interesting.
boon for you, a break for you, to hear that my heart's on the make for you. Yet no matter however appealing, I still have the feeling it's bad for me.
Nice looking forward to some backroom action. But yeah, I think that's gonna be a good movie. I think. Lotar. Let's do a shout out. Boom, shout out given. Hello. Army painting, nice. Yeah, just doing a little bit of a Tau. Doing not my Tau army, but I'm painting for a friend. I'm painting for a friend. What you been up to over there? I've been practicing my parameters in GD script. I know I just asked you what you were doing, but now I'm going on my own tangent. I was doing like learning how parameters work in GD script. So I'm slowly progressing and slowly learning. As slow and painful as it's been. And painting miniature models and just relaxing mostly outside of that, So I've been trying to keep busy.
come may have. But God bless the child that's got his own. That's got his own.
I drew a few super detailed Diablo themed drawings all week, and now I'm just making a mess in the sketchbook, drawing silly possums and giraffes. Nice. Focusing a lot on exercise, so art is sort of a low effort now. Focusing a lot on exercise, so art is sort of low. Are you exercise, like you mean like you're actually like lifting weights or something? I need to start exercising again. The most exercising I do is walk around. I walk around with my dog. That's about as far as I've been taking my my physical conditioning. Feet are the main bottleneck, otherwise I'm doing 7,500 steps a day, 1 run per week. I some super basic body weight exercises once a day. Feet are the main bottleneck, otherwise I'd run more. I had a 1.5 hour walk today to get all my steps in at once. Nice. Nice, yeah. No, I mow my lawn and I walk the dog, and that's kind of, you know, that's about the extent of my physical exercise right now. I just hope I can get good enough at coding to, like, I haven't had a lot of time lately, but I've been practicing like an hour a day, and I try to move forward to understand something. And yeah, I'm getting to the point where I can read the code pretty, you know, I can like read the code and stuff, you know, pieces of it. Like I can sort of, you know, broadly understand sort of what's going on under the hood. Even if I can't necessarily write it yet. So, we're gonna get to a point though, and you know. Progress. Yeah. As long as I keep inching forward the, you know, the ability, because it is a little scary how good sort of the. I want to be able to code sort of on my own without sort of, you know, AI it's getting kind of good at it. That's the problem. And then I was watching all these programmers talk about it, and they were basically like almost saying that professional people, like a lot of them, don't really code with their hands anymore. They just prompt, and then they prompt and review the code. And they, you know, manage multiple agents or whatever. So it's like, it's kind of like, it's upsetting that, I guess it's kind of like interesting. I'm kind of getting in an era of it where like it's becoming irrelevant. I don't want to say that, you know, maybe it never, you know, I could be wrong, but it seems like I'm kind of entering at a time when it's like, it's becoming irrelevant to being like a skilled something. Like everything is just becoming Like everything that used to take a crazy amount of skill that you would build up over decades is becoming like, oh, anyone can do that now for free. Like basically, you know, like so that's the thing is like I'm getting in on the I don't know if it's a good or a bad time to do it because I guess maybe doing things for yourself like drawing with your own skill is gonna be like new form of what luxury is. Because there's no reason that it'll just become, or like coding by hand, right, where you're like sitting there solving your own problems with your own mind, is going to be what luxury is. Like otherwise, you just would do it. You just tell an AI to do it for you, and it just does it perfectly every time. You know, maybe what the new luxury is going to be like taking the time to kind of figure out problems by yourself. Drawing, at least, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I still like doing stuff by hand. I think I will always have some value. That will always have some value, drawing at least. Not sure about programming. Yeah. It's just what I was listening to these people talk about it that are high-level programmers, and they painted a pretty bleak picture. Obviously, you can't take anyone off the street and have them just prompt, you know, stuff, and you know you still need people to have like the base knowledge, but it's I don't know, I guess we'll see kind of where it goes, but it's really cool in a sense that you can like prototype something. Let's say like it's you don't care about how bad the code is, but you just need it to work and you want to prototype an idea like very quickly, and you go, you know, this, that, and the other, slap something together to kind of get like a proof of concept going, and then untangle it later. So like in that sense, it's really cool. So on the other side of that, I was listening to like there's some town in America where like they had data centers come in, and then the electric company told them, hey, just so you guys know, within a year we're switching we're no longer servicing like housing anymore. We're going to use all our electricity for the data centers, and you have 1 year to figure out how to find another company to go with, and it's like 50,000 people are affected, and I'm like, yo, like, oh, that seems kind of wild, you know, to have that drastic of a. It seems like just kind of dystopian, right? Like, I'm sure that's, you know, just the prices of electric power alone is like getting kind of nutty. I feel like things could go in a variety of directions with AI, and it's a bit early to tell what kind of an effect it'll have. Yeah, I agree. No, I agree.
goes slow, he goes fast. She goes slow, he goes left, she goes right.
Papa's looking for Mama, but Mama is nowhere in sight.
Papa loves mambo, Mama loves mambo. Having a fling again, younger than spring again, feeling that zing again. Wow. Papa loves mambo,
Papa loves Mambo,
Mama loves mambo.
Mama loves Mambo.
Don't let the rumba, don't let the samba. Papa loves mambo tonight.
Papa loves Mambo, Mama loves Mambo. Papa loves Mambo, Mama loves Mambo.
He goes to, she goes fro. He goes fast, she goes slow. He goes left, she goes right.
Papa's looking for Mama, but Mama is nowhere in sight.
Papa loves mambo,
Papa loves Mambo,
Mama loves mambo.
Mama loves Mambo.
Having a fling again, younger than spring again, feeling that zing again. Wow.
Papa loves Mambo,
Mambo, mama,
Mama loves Mambo.
mambo, mama. Don't let it rumba, don't let it samba. Papa loves the mambo tonight.
Give me a kiss to build a dream on, and my imagination will thrive upon that kiss. Sweetheart, I ask no more than this, a kiss to build a dream on. Give me a kiss before you leave me, and my imagination will feed my hungry heart. Leave me one thing before we part, a kiss to build a dream on.
Maybe I should try and kind of just paint this whole thing down without trying to avoid like the seams, and then just put the kind of the paint in there, the black, the whatever, just paint that line black, if that makes sense. To kind of, I feel like I'm taking so long to paint these. I need to find a way to like do it faster, like the way people use the
Imagination will make that moment live. Give me what you alone can give, a kiss to build a dream.
let's see. Slightly bigger brush. Just paint that down and just paint this. And then just use black to kind of get the lines back I want. If that makes sense. So I can always just paint on top of stuff to kind of get the... Because otherwise it's gonna take millennia. So when I watch other people paint, they just paint over everything on the base, right? Like on your color or whatever. And then we'll just
For just a moment, and my imagination will make that moment live. Oh, give me what you alone can give. I'll kiss the bill that you know.
spend my life making love to you night and day and night. Night and day there's no such hungry yearning burning inside of me, and it's torment till you let me spend my life making love to you day and night, night and day.
They try to tell us we're too young to really be in love. They say that love's a word we've only heard, but can't begin to know the meaning of. And yet, we're not too young to know this love will last, though years may go. And then someday they may recall we were not too young at all.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I don't want to set the world on fire, honey. I love you too much. I just want to start a great big flame down in your heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you. And I know nobody else ain't gonna do it.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your ambition that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Put
to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Maybe you'll think of me when you are all alone. Maybe the one who is waiting for you will prove untrue. Then what will you do? Maybe you'll sit and decide, wishing that I were here. Maybe you'll ask me to come back again, and maybe I'll say maybe you'll think of me when you are all alone. Maybe the one who will waiting for you will prove untrue. Then what will I do? Maybe you'll sit inside, wishing that I were near. Then maybe you'll ask me to come back again. And maybe I'll say maybe.
Maybe I should have covered the. Maybe I should have primed it like a grate or something that's easier to cover. I think that's part of the issue. Or maybe what I should have done is like after the primer, throw on bust out the airbrush and do a coat of airbrushing to kind of with a lighter color. Because it's really hard to cover this up. Just because of how light the color is versus the black. I mean, it's doable, but Infetch Ivy. How's it going? How's it going? Trying to. Sorry, I'm just a little locked in. I thought going to a different paint would solve all my issues, but it didn't. It kind of didn't. Let me put this in the water real quick. It just is hard. I might try, like I said, I might try do airbrush, have a little electric airbrush for the next model and see if I can speed up this process by taking it and just hitting it with the primary like armor color across everything and then going back to black, because otherwise it's gonna take 12 hours per figure like to do this. So I'm gonna start the issue there. Future oil cleaner, what's up? What's up? Morning back to you. light in there where I need it. It's hard to get the light where I need it. You can tell I'm like kind of going over the old paint here. You can see the shade difference. I went out and bought Vallejo paint, and it's a little bit better than the other paint, but not by much. It's not like crazy different. So I'm just gonna thug it out and just push through. Finally getting a little warm. It's finally getting a little warmer. I think that's part of my issue too, is I just don't know how to cover. I think a better painter would have painted a primer, like something to make this layer go on a lot easier. Whereas I'm painting directly on top, which is sort of part of what's causing issues. I did drink more Red Bull last night. I asked AI if it's possible to drink water from a cactus. Answer yes, but only from a very small number of cactus species and only in true emergencies. Most cacti contain toxic acidic or kidney straining fluids that will make dehydration worse or not better. You know, the concept of like drinking water and becoming more dehydrated, I might be just too dumb, but like I still don't like fully understand how that's possible. How you can put liquid in yourself and become dehydrated. I'm just not smart enough to understand like how that's possible. It's liquid. Get in there. Let me go. Actually, speaking of water, let me go get some homemade distilled water. I went like 4 times. Like not cleaning the basket thing. Like I just kept refilling it with water and running it, and there's definitely like a lot of gunk down there. Not, you know, like that white stuff that leaves like on your shower head and like your bathtub and like your sink and stuff. That's what it's like full of, and there's like a lot of it. Obviously, that's going to be most of what's in there, whatever that stuff is. I feel like I should know the name for it, but... Have you, have you seen there's drinking water from a cactus in movies and cartoons, like cowboys would do it? Cut open a cactus, find perfectly good drinking water inside it. I think I've seen that trope. But I wouldn't have thought like you. I always thought there's probably like less water, and then like not that it would be bad for you, but you just couldn't extract enough with, you know. You might be able to like, I don't know, like put it in just the right way, like the same way they get water from birch trees or whatever. Like, I thought it'd be something like that. Like, if you get water from a cactus, you're gonna need to know a thing or two about how to cut into it to get the liquid out into a container, right? I like this color though. I like this color for the armor. Now that I'm seeing a little bit more filled out, I kind of like it. I kind of like this kind of I stayed up till 6? What the? What are you doing over there? Just working, or did you get into a late night stream and just kept streaming, or did you get hit with the insomnia? I stream till about 12:30-ish. Then insomnia. I hate it when that happens, so half my Saturday is gone. Oh, it is Saturday. Being unemployed, I'm unaware of what day it is. But no, I get it, yeah. That sucks. That super sucks. I've had that. Well, I haven't had insomnia recently. Which is weird, because I've been drinking, like I was drinking Red Bulls, all the way up until I went to bed. Like, I'm not even kind of exaggerating. So, sometimes I don't drink any and I can't go to sleep. Sometimes I do. It's just... seems like it's all just kind of random. Julio! What's up? Poros in chat, what's up? Nice. I haven't heard of the birch tree. The birch tree is the one with the, like, that looks like a white tree with, like, stripes on it, right? If I'm remembering correctly. Well, anyway, that's the one you can, like, tap into it. You can, like, install a tap on it, and it, like, slowly... it'll slowly, like, you put a bucket, put a bucket beneath it and stuff like that. And then you show up, like, a day later, and there's, like, it fills up with, like, birch tree juice, and then you drink it or whatever. Not really sure why they thought that was, like, a thing you should do, but... like, what the benefit of drinking that water is, but I guess it's supposed to be good for you. Like maple syrup? No. I think you're thinking of like when a tree extrudes that like yellowy stuff that looks like honey to heal itself. That's more to stop open wounds. It like extrude. You can see it on some wood even if it's been sitting there cut, like turned into lumber. You'll see like the parts of it, like it'll extrude that sort of yellowy stuff that turns into looks like honey, and then but sometimes it's like darker and whatever. But that's to help heal the tree from whatever. I think that if you remember the mosquito they showed in the movie, the dinosaur movie, I forget, the Jurassic Park, when the dude shows like the mosquito from which that was calcified in that like gooey stuff that turned into a rock. Well, that is supposed to be that, I think. Like a mosquito land that had dinosaur blood that got calcified inside of a tree's like, you know, whatever they used to heal themselves, and it got stuck in there and got, you know, enveloped by it. And so theory was that it preserved the DNA of the dinosaur blood in there, and then that's how they brought back the dinosaurs or something like that, right? Like it was something like that. But that the reason it's in that like rock is because I think they were implying that that's something like it was like that kind of a thing. I don't know. The one with amber. Yeah, but the water thing is different from that. Like what I'm saying is like the water thing is that's different from the stuff that it extrudes to heal itself. Amber, yeah, amber. I've seen some pics of birch trees with bottles attached to them. Yeah. This piece is looking good. Nice progress. Thank you, Coolio. Thank you. I went out and bought Vallejo paint, but I think part of the reason this is such a painful experience is more so that the brightness of the paint is too much, and it's like it's hard to just put it down on black without the black just seeping through. Like I have to just keep going over and over and over again to cover up, you know, the little black spots to kind of make it look decent. There's just no way around that. Well, there is the what I'm gonna try and do later is bust out the airbrush and basically cover it with this color, the whole thing, and then paint black where I need to. Maybe that'll be like easier to go the other way or something. Or should I just do it like this? But I feel like doing it like this, which is fine, I can do it like this, but then I just don't see how it wouldn't take like 12 hours to paint each one of these. To be fair, there are some color schemes that are just notoriously like, they just are a pain to do. Like, if you're doing yellow. Yo, Kula. I forgot the details. I think you said you weren't able to achieve what you wanted to yesterday. Yeah, I forgot the yeah, I said that because I was. Well, I could. It's just that the other paint was even. It's not. This one isn't. It's better for sure. It's Vallejo or whatever it's called, and it is better. The other one was just way too goopy, and then like you couldn't get a smooth surface. No, like no matter what you did. But this is better, but this is the other one. Is the other one model color? No, the other one the one I didn't like is the Army Painter. Army Painter War Paint. Those are yellow. Again, I mean, a part of it is just because I think I'm painting straight on like a light color on black. That's just hard to cover that up. I just want it to look awesome, and it's hard to make it look awesome. You know? If it was dark green or like dark something on black, then it would go a lot easier. But it's okay though. We'll eventually get her done, you know. Not familiar with the brand? AWB Flicker is doing itself again, and it appears yellow before switching to greenish yellow. Yeah, I'm the kind of I'm pretty much like I have a hard time distinguishing certain colors, so I almost never know what's happening. That's why I wanted a single color for my like the base armor for all these guys for the Tau, same like completely same, because Like I said, I cannot tell, or I think I can tell, but then like I look and I realize that it's way off after the fact. I tried mixing, so I need just a single color for the armor, and then we're gonna put the highlights on there and all the other stuff after to keep things consistent because, um, yeah, I just can't do it any other way. Not enough consistency. It Also, it happens in a split second. Yeah, sometimes when things dry, they change for sure. They change up on you. That's truth. Truth. But we gotta get this army done and put behind us forever. Not like that. It's like a color enhancing things the camera is doing or something. It is like a color enhancing thing the camera is doing. Like the one when I mentioned that your knuckles are pink. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I wish this camera didn't do so much of that. I'm really surprised that it's got to be happening on the software side with OBS or something, I think, because the camera is like very manual. But to be fair, I don't know anything about how cameras work. I'm just totally speculating. But I think it's doing a compensation on the software. Because the camera is compensating. Nice. Yeah, let me look at that box art really quick to... I'm not entirely sure which place I'm supposed to paint here or not. I want to make sure I get that. Okay, let me look at the box art really quick. Make sure I'm on there. I think we're on the right track. I think we're on the right track. Oh, I think that this down here should be painted. This right here under the plate. Future, strategically speaking, wearing bright colors in battle would be bad. Well, if they're in a desert, right? They're in a desert environment. Plus, it's a tabletop game. That's the old. Are you implying you wore blue kimono back then? Camouflage in the submarine. What do you mean, wear them? I think he means the armor's too bright and you'd be able to see him from far away. I get what he's saying, but there's so many motorcycles out there today. I'm liking the way this is coming out. It was a dark blue uniform. I think it's silly that today Navy has a soldier like camo outfit. I don't have an opinion on that. I was never in the military, but I'm gonna take your word for it. That is, yeah. I guess it doesn't for Navy. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's all a matter of aesthetics, right? I guess if you're in the old, just what you prefer or what they prefer. Obviously, the soldiers don't get to pick their outfits, but strictly speaking, it's changed over 200 years of tradition. What the? You mean it changed like America? Like, what the? Well, then I'm upset with you. What the? I shouldn't do that. I was never even in the military. I'll be upset right along with you now. Hmm. As if we can see grass in the middle of the sea. Oh, we only had a we only had a fatigue uniform back at school. What's a fatigue uniform? Which is a shade of dark green. You guys had uniforms in well, I didn't even have uniforms in Belarus. There no uniforms, no, and then America definitely no uniforms. Not sure if I agree with the uniform thing. Honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about that. On one hand, I like not having a uniform, but maybe there's something good. I don't know. Maybe there's some good in it. Having like a dress standard for a school. It's I'm gonna fence it on that opinion right now. I'm gonna fence it hard on it. I would have if I was asked, I would be like absolutely not. But now that I'm older and it doesn't affect me, I'm like, hey, get those uniforms on there. Um, that's what I'm saying. Oh, nice. It is a reserved corps uniform. Reserved corps uniform. Nice for school children. What the? Aren't there adults for the reserve? Dude, we just trained at school to be reserves, just in case. We trained at school to be reserves. Oh, you guys got like bolt action rifles and stuff like that, or and grenades? Like what extent? To what extent was the training? Uh, Sorry, gotta look at the box art again. Nice. That's cool though. I think it's kind of cool to do like that, something like that, but not grenades. Bring the school teachers like, hey, budget is tight this year. Bring your own grenades from home. And if you forget your grenade, don't even come in. Don't even bother coming in if you can't remember to bring your grenades. Stay home. Honestly. Don't forget your new camo pants. I think it would have been kind of fun to do that. We didn't my school didn't have it, but some schools have that ROTC thing where you like it's like intro to military. Like you'd something you sign up for, and they like teach you some like basic, not like just like military stuff. You know, for if you want to go pursue a career in it. That would have been fun, right? ROTC, Reserve Training Corps. Reserve Officer Training Corps? Nice. That's what I'm saying. Oh, nice. Okay. Monzon the Cree turn. The Cree turn. Thank you for the looking great. Appreciate that. Being in the sun a lot of the time, and being in the sun a lot of yeah, that's the thing about the military is like they want you to be outside the whole time, and I'm like, oof, big oof, big oof. Kind of an indoor person. I'm sure there's indoor jobs. But I can do like propaganda art for the war effort. I went with blue. Oh, for the armor? Yeah, blue would look nice. But the reason I don't want to, because there isn't there skin, the skin of the Tau, like the main guys, isn't it kind of a light blue? Like it's a grayish blue skin tone. I guess you don't, for most of them, they don't have their helmets off, but. So it wouldn't really matter all that much, but I was just thinking in terms of like having that I like the contrast of the way this looks, you know. If anyone thinks it's cool to join the military, they've never been in the military. What the? I've heard people say good things about it, and they joined. I can look back and miss the old buddies, though. Sounds like you're already turning around on it. Sounds like you're already kind of slowly turning on it being cool. No, I mean, I've definitely heard both sides of people saying it was terrible, and some people say it was great. Somewhere in between. Augusta says, good afternoon, gentlemen. Welcome. Did you sell any more oil paintings? Oh yeah, let me check something really quick. Let's see where we at. Actually, a little warm in here today. 27 Celsius. It's getting a little warm. I'm gonna have to stop if it starts getting warm like that. I'm gonna have to stop drinking crazy amounts of caffeine constantly. Warm, move to the basement. My basement isn't like. It's not like it's a dungeon down there. Like I'd be breathing in mold and spiders. Like I would have to bring. It wouldn't be fun. I could maybe, like, if I really tried, I could probably clean it up enough and set up down there, but it's not like one of those basements where you can. Plus, wintertime, I'd be right next to the furnace, so the sound would be kind of gnarly when it kicks on. But in a certain sense, you're right. It's probably like 60 degrees down there right now. It takes a while for it to heat up. I wish, like, I don't know why we don't build houses underground like hobbits or something. It makes perfect sense. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Sorry, I got so many wires under my feet. The dog's made a habit of like laying down right next to the chair, and I gotta like watch out when I back up. It's not easy building underground. Very expensive. What the? No, it's not. Nuh-uh. Have you dug a hole ever? It's super easy. Like it's way harder to build something than to dig a hole. Plus, like they build these basements now, right? They build like they come in, they dig it out, they put 4 concrete walls, staircase, and just put a roof over that. Done. You see what I'm saying? Like just have a barrier, like I don't know. It seems kind of simple to me. Just build a, you know. They already have basements. Like modern basements are pretty bulletproof. Just on soil containment, you have to spend the price of 2 houses. Just on soil containment, yeah. But they're building basements, like just fine. You know what I mean? Like it's just a basement with a roof on it. And a layer of separation so that like the cold doesn't just immediately like escape. Am I wrong? I feel like I'm right. I feel like I'm super right about this. It has problems with humidity, lack of natural light, mold. Eh. You know, this is gonna. I don't have a good argument right now. I'm just gonna say eh. I'm just gonna what's the word? I'm going to I don't have an argument, but so I'm just gonna say I'm gonna make a noise and move on. But I think it's totally doable. Like Future Oil has a basement and it's perfectly livable. He loves it. He's in there all the time. Like it'd be more of a problem if every basement was like what you're describing, just a service tunnel that like, and they were all. But there is good basements now. Like just don't build the rest of it. When I was. Sorry. When I was house shopping, I specifically wanted a basement that was habitable. You do want that. Now, you can like run into issues where like you think it is, but then like later you find out it isn't. So that can be an issue, but or like you find like it'll 10 years in it starts seeping in water and suddenly you have this damp basement that grows mold everywhere. It is hard, but it's not. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of livable basements. I think the biggest problem is psychological. It's not easy living in a house without windows and a view. Well, that's why you surround yourself with monitors, like I have. You know, and you have a think of it like this: like you wake like when you need to go outside, you climb like a fireman like pole up, and then you open a hatch. And but think about all the money you're gonna save on air conditioning. Plus, it's like it's kind of hard to you know, I don't know. I'm being a little silly, but I think Hobbit houses is the way to go in the future. Like I just don't think like it's just a house, and you just like even if you took like a shipping crate, and I don't know how much weight it can weight of dirt it can like hold around it before it collapses, but like just like a shipping crate and you bury it with dirt, it's gonna be kind of the same concept, right? The best part is that you get to survive the aftershock of the nuclear bomb. Well, there's that too. You're kind of like a lot safer, right? There's that too. And like you can't burn down a house that's underground, right? Like, well, I guess you could start a fire inside of it, but Can you paint his feet like he's wearing Nike Air Jordans? I can. I could. Oh, I don't know. They're not. They're shaped like hooves or whatever. They got like dual hooves. So no, but kind of. It'd be pretty funny if people started doing that. That would be pretty fun. Miniature needs feet with boots for that? Yeah. Maybe on the Imperial Guard I could do that, but sneakerheads would love that. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of crazy to me that there's people like into sneakers. Like, not that there's anything wrong with it, but that's I guess it's not crazier than painting whatever or like drawing, but the sneaker people like I just yeah, that's its own like little world over there. DJ Khaled had a nice collection. Also, Fat Joe. I've heard of DJ Khaled. I remember there was a period in time when like a lot of like the rap music would have him screaming his name in the back, and that's the only thing I know about DJ Khaled is like when I was like younger, I kept hearing him scream his name in the background. um, yeah, I don't know too much about. I mean, to each their own, right? I wear my shoes until there's holes, and then like I get a new shoe. I can't tell from here, but are his legs are made in 4 segments? Yeah, he has like the backward chicken leg thing going on. He's got that backward chicken thing going on. I will say this has been like a harder paint job. I'm gonna grab some black paint. I had to get some yeah. This is what primer. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, this is yeah. Where's my black? I had to remove some seam lines earlier, and so I feel like I should redo the black or something, right? Seems like 4 segments. Yeah. Or 3. 3, like main leg, then back, and then forward again. Unless you count like the fingers as a limb, then that's 4. There's 4, like... I think I have a... Wait. I had to step away. What did I miss? You guys resolved living underground yet? I declare that it's totally possible, and we should do it. I feel like even if you build a basement above ground and you just bring in excavators and just kind of like bury it, like imagine like you have like stone, like not stone, but like concrete walls, right? Just basic 4 walls. Build a roof on top of that, slap a roof on there, then bury that. You know, you can still have a hatch. You can have like light coming in from the top and have like a window, kind of like, you know, one of those Hobbit windows. Like you can have a front that's towards the street that's sort of has windows and stuff. I don't know. That's what I think. I'm very impatient. I just keep thinking, how can I paint this in a day or two? Oh, are you? Yeah, I've had those. Yeah, understandable. Wait, you're right. It is. It is like a chicken leg. Might be just 3. Yeah. I would love it, but you're talking to a guy who lived in a submarine for 5 years, lol. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's a scary thought. Living in a submarine doesn't is not very comforting. I'm not gonna lie. I don't find it comforting. The idea of it like doesn't seem. This model sure has a lot of uncomfortable spots to paint. This is not like this figure seems kind of simple, but there's a lot of spots where you gotta like climb in there and like hold the brush at just the right angle to like get in there. 5 years. Hmm. The other day I was watching videos of professional fishermen. The guys. Oh, did you guys see like there's like this show I was watching and they had like a silo. People were like they bought a retired military silo and started living in it and like made a house. I think that would be kind of cool, right? I mean, I don't know like the nuances of that. Like I'm sure there's like a lot of like how do you fix stuff, right? In that context. If something goes wrong, but it seemed cool. Like living in a military silo. And it wasn't just a silo. There was like compartments, like it already had like rooms and stuff you could just settle into. You know, you had to clean it up and stuff and run electric or whatever. It wasn't like, it wasn't turnkey ready, but That meme that came from DJ Khaled when he was talking about his collection, he believes someone stole a few pairs from him. He said, if I find this guy, I'm gonna take the sneakers off him. What the? I'm gonna give them back to him and say, congratulations, you just played yourself. And he said he's just gonna wash his hands of that person. What the? What the? Nice. Yeah. In other news, um, maybe whoa. World War II came back up. World War II veterans told me I was living in a lap of luxury. Lol. Okay, nice. It didn't go off the rails immediately. Maybe what they were saying is you turned out well. Yeah, I bet the World War II submarines were like were a little bit harsher, right? Like a little bit more basic. I heard the Japanese, the Japanese battle. I can't remember if it was the battleships or the whichever kind of boat. But they specifically picked people who didn't smell because they didn't develop like that smelly. They didn't have the smelly gene for their sweat because they weren't going to shower. Like that wasn't a thing that was. I don't know if they didn't shower at all or they did like an armpit wash or something with a towel, but they didn't have, their boats were more basic and yeah, it was pretty World War II era, like was pretty brutal. Like being inside of a tank, plane, any kind of machine, war fighting machine was like you were like, I mean, just inside of a metal box, right? Like it was just the worst back then. It's a little better now, right? They got some petting here and there. There's really good documentary series about World War One, World War Two, using only recovered footage from that time. It's unbelievable. Those guys were sent to certain deaths, and they went to their deaths calmly. I can't imagine people from our time repeating that. Same, me. I don't want to calmly go to my death. To be fair, though, like I think it's the context of your life that kind of matters. Like, there's a lot of people that will go to their deaths if they got it right, but I wonder if it was easier to do that when like in America you were pulled up some rural farm as a subsistence farmer, and all you knew was brutal manual labor, and you lived inside of a wooden shack, and so the military might 3 meals a day might not seem like that bad, right? Like you were already in good physical shape and you just had to be trained for your job, not physically be developed into a soul. So maybe like part of it is just like the brutality of life back then was more palatable to die. Like, you know what I mean? It's like death wasn't as like, oof, I don't know. It's like, I could be wrong. Maybe it's like, maybe once you're there and you're like emotional about the situation, it's like easier to like, once you've been at war for months, like you just sort of ease into the idea of that maybe happening to you. I don't know, but also being World War II veteran means you have seen death. I think that's true. I think that's true. I wonder if you were on a ship or right, some logistics. No, yeah, you're probably right. And the only people I can imagine not having seen death is like maybe if you were on a ship somewhere, like in the American fleet, like you may have not seen death, but I don't know. Or am I being crazy right now? That's a detail that a few people mentioned in World War One. Many people were happy to eat and have showers, and World War Two people were happy simply to earn a salary. Yeah, there's that too, right? Life is like on not life is hard, right, in different ways, but it is kind of like in a certain sense like it's on super easy mode right now in like the West, even with like all the bad stuff. It's still kind of like on turned up to like super easy mode. You know, for a lot of people, so I also kind of want to push back on the idea uh, of everything was better back then. Like, you know how they show like photos of like you'll see photos of like around 1950s, and they'll show like people wearing very like business suits, and like everyone's dressed up to go on the plane, and now everyone's like in their pajamas and their whatever. It's like everything's like there's this sense that everything's like degrading, but I'm not sure if that's true, because I bet you if you were to, and there's a little bit of truth to it, but I bet you if you looked at the population for whom flight would be available in the 1950s versus now, which is basically most people could theoretically fly out somewhere, I bet you that yes, it was a little bit more formal and stuff, but the proportion of population that had access to flight was probably like fairly minuscule relative to now. So I think that's part of the issue. Like, a lot of people reminisce about how the internet used to be better in the like early days, because like of all sort of like they've made it easier for like, I don't want dumber people to like get on, because you had to have quite a bit of technical knowledge to be able to use the internet back in the day. Now everyone is on it essentially. So there's things that are getting worse, but I think like it's actually like not. I think it's just a consequence of like things getting better. Things are getting worse because they're getting better in some ways. Because like now everyone's on the internet, right? It's not just like professors or whatever. So I don't know. I just want to push back on like everything's getting worse. I think everything's maybe not getting worse. Maybe in some ways it is, but I enjoy watching interviews with veteran elite paratroopers from World War II. They always ask why they decided to become elite soldiers, and that's a big word, emphatically answered better pay. I think there's that, right? The better pay is in submarines, we would be paid hazardous duty, and we would also generally advance in rank faster compared to Army or Marines. That makes sense. Basically, because we could be seriously hurt, or worse, die accidentally. Nice. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like the Marines, like they die accidentally. Like, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I to me, the idea of being on a submarine for like 5 months in a row or however long, that seems like like beyond torture, right? Like, so so that's where I would say that that's justified, because like you are, if you're not psychologically built to be on a little boat in close proximity to other people, it's not going to be your cup of tea. I can see why you would get paid extra for that. Maybe that's what I should have done is had a batch where maybe that is what I should have done, guys. Instead of trying to lay this down flat, maybe the trick would have been to put black in here, like put a little bit of black into this mix, paint the gear dark, and then move up to the lighter. Oh, maybe that would have been the move. It's hard to explain. He thinks it was a friend or acquaintance who stole the sneakers. I put in yep of him talking about it. Maybe the move would have been like building up to the lighter shade of desert because the desert color because like but seriously, if I'm joining someone where death is imminent, I would look where I would be properly compensated. Well, if you're gonna die, if you know you're like going to die, then it like that almost doesn't matter unless you just send the money to your family or something. You know what I mean? At that point, it's like I don't know, whatever. It's like I don't care if it's $4 million or not. Like if I'm gonna die, then I guess like yeah, if you got kids and a wife, you can send that money to them. Guys, that might have been the move. That might have been the move right there. Put black in there, and then I'm gonna go over these pieces multiple times anyway. So I'm gonna go. Uh, and then also that kind of opens the door to doing gradients and stuff like that. I could do. Ugh, man, I should have thought of that before. Why didn't I think of that before? Man, there's a little piece of armor right under his arm, and it's like impossible angle to get in there easily. Um. Honestly, at this point in history, would rather spend 10 years in prison than go to war. I don't blame anyone for doing that. I don't think that that's if you are morally opposed to, which is very understandable that you wouldn't want to, right? If you feel like you're being lied to about the war and stuff or whatever. I don't know what I would do because I've never been tested like that, but I would not blame anyone for like at all. I'll be like totally understand, totally get it. Um, Costco is selling in NG avocados that are so green. Costco is selling avocados that are still green. Is that a good thing? Are avocados green? We should be paid as artists for hazard duty. True. I think there should have like artist welfare. or whatever, like that. The way they did it, and I say that because it would affect me positively. Well, like what they did it in like Ireland, where like artists just automatically get like a certain amount of money. Sign me up. I'm only not giving you ideas because you don't like them. I can imagine 2 or 3 tricks where you could paint everything in 1/5 of the time. Um, you're right. I do get annoyed. No, you're fine. I'm. There are faster tricks to doing it. There's faster tricks to doing it, but well, airbrush would be one of them. But like doing a base coat and then painting the other stuff black or something. That's what I was thinking. And then let's test it out. Let's give me one and I'll see how it hits me. And if I don't like it, I'll just suffer through it. You just hit me with one. We'll start off with one easy one, and then if I hate it, I'll let you. I won't say anything. I'll just hide it. I'll just won't say anything. But hit me with one of your ideas. We'll start there. In case you do have ideas that are. But that is like embedded into my personality. I remember when I would play GTA 1 with my friends, and then they would give me hints and stuff. I'm like, dude, I cannot have you tell me what to like. I don't know. I do get super irritable when people give me ideas. I would start by buying a natural spray to create natural base. It's neither too light or too. Yeah, like I was saying, maybe hitting it with like a light gray or like do primer, then hit it with even doing zenithal highlighting will help a lot from the top right, because that would give it like that white kind of that would be easier to cover that up. But no, you're right. That is not a bad idea. That is equivalent of backseating. Sometimes, the problem sometimes with advice, I had a super good argument that I like thought of one day about like the why advice can be like super annoying, because sometimes the advice comes in before you do the thing that they're telling you to do, and now it's like now it feels like you're doing it because they said it, but you were going to do it anyway. So there's that. But the other reason, there's another really good reason that I just can't think of right now. Oh man, I wish I could remember. Oh, it's kind of like one of those things where I kind of want to understand the situation through the lens of my brain, kind of thing. And even if I were to take advice, let's say, then I would never learn to trust my brain, like use my brain as the thing that kind of decides what is good. If that makes so, that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's Mm-hmm. I would take a longer brush and paint the Dio dominant color, Redo dominant color without worrying about the. I tried that earlier. And I gave up on it because it wasn't laying down. This paint still isn't like kind of getting on there as smoothly as I would like. I know exact. I tried that with the other brush, and it was like I was like, nah, it's just I can't control it the way I want. And just yeah, just I was gonna not worry about anything, just color everything in, and then redo the black lines with like the black paint. I went down that road a little bit, and I was like, I wasn't liking how the paint was going down. This is different paint from what we had last night because I went out and bought some from a local store, and it's still not behaving the way I want. So that one was a good one, but so those are good things, and I tried that one. I kind of did try it, and I just was not. I was like, I don't know. Guys, good news. A side project inspired by my cousin's mom almost 20 years ago is almost complete. I've been collecting the tabs from aluminum cans for 2 decades to fill up a gallon of milk with them. Oh, nice. Do you turn them in, or are you gonna do something with them? Somebody says yellow over black. You're a patient man. Man. Mog Wallmans is very correct. Yeah. Thank you for understanding. We have a very reasonable person in chat that understand. I said that earlier. I'm like, that is one of the that it like. Well, it's not really yellow. It's desert. It's like kind of a whitish desert kind of. But yeah, you're right. It's very. That's why I'm thinking. See how I put black in there. So I'm gonna do darker version first, and then that way I can build up to the brightest version because it is rather hard to paint on top of black and cover it up. Like you can always see, like as it dries, you just see more and more spots where it like the black is kind of coming through. Um, I think some use primers to save on oh, on paints because of the coat a dark object with liner color. It would take you a lot of passes. I think some use primers to save on paints because a lot of passes just to avoid dark color show. You guys are no, you guys are right. I should have probably used knowing what I was going for. It's just that the Croots weren't like that. I felt like I was like they went slow too, but it wasn't like this slow where I'm just like Jesus. Although maybe I'm just crazy. I figured maybe if I do a darker pass first, see what I'm doing, like a darker pass, and then I do a lighter pass, it'll kind of be easier to cover it up. These guys are pretty cool, though. These guys are pretty cool. If your hand is not, it is yellow. Are you guys telling me it's yellow and not desert? I'm about to get upset. I trusted the employee to not lie to me. It's the color is Mug Host Bone. Morghost. Morghost Bone. That's the name of it. And I'm like, and I asked AI, I'm like, is that close to desert? Because they didn't have yellow desert. They didn't have that. And then, well, I guess if you're saying it's desert is yellow, right? And so then I'm like, hey, employee, do you think this is like a desert? And he's like, yeah, of course. Desert yellow is somewhat sandy yellow. I mean, just visual, like how does a desert? Yeah, like it's a yellowish. But I wanted that like kind of, you know how things under the sun kind of become burnt out, like it fades into like a whiter kind of the color desaturates from the desert. That's kind of what I wanted this armor to look like. Kind of like this is used armor, it's lost its vibrancy maybe, by two notches from being out there. So that was kind of like, I didn't want like a super vibrant yellow. I wanted that little bit of a defeated yellow look. Guys, I'm thinking I'm not gonna stop streaming, but I'm thinking about going and getting a Red Bull right now. I'm thinking about going and getting a Red Bull really quick from the local gas station, and I'll just keep the stream on, and then I'm gonna come back. But I kind of want to do at 3 hours. It's a good time to do an intermission and go take like a little walk. Get me a coffee. All right, I'll drive almost to Chicago. A big one. All right, yeah. Anyway, it'll be like 15 minutes. It'll be like 15 minutes. I gotta get in my car and stuff. It's right next door, but I don't want to walk there because then it'll take even longer. But 3 hours is a good time to do like a little break for my eyes, and then I'm just gonna keep the stream rolling. Whoever wants to stay, if you gotta go, I totally understand. But I want to go get I'm gonna go get a Red Bull. It's about time. But I'm gonna keep streaming, and I'll be back, and I'll keep streaming and stuff. But I need some sugar right now. I can feel the lack of sugar. I might go get a large coffee for reals. Yeah. Treat yourself. Yep. Mail break would be great. Small break would be great. Yeah. You've inspired me. Yeah, but I feel like yeah, I don't know. Red Bulls don't hit me as weird as that sounds. They don't hit me as heavy as the coffee kind of slows me down. I almost feel like the Red Bulls. It's like I don't know. They're putting something in there. But anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna go drive. I'll just keep the stream on, and I'll come back and keep painting. So. Oh yeah, I should probably be. Should I do a be right back or? I'm trying to think. Um. There we go. Good enough. You gave me a reason to stand up and prep my spray stuff. There you go. There you go. All right, I'm gonna go get a Red Bull. Uh, I guess my computer crashed. What the? I guess my computer crashed. Alright, well. We're back? Yeah. I guess my computer crashed as soon as I left. I'm like, what the? But here we are. We are back. With the Red Bull. That didn't take too long, right? I mean, we lost a few people, but you're going to take attrition if your computer's not working. I think you had an internet hiccup while you were out. No, well, I think it's my computer crashed. My whole computer crashed. Well, I'm just gonna eat my snack. Yeah. I haven't had OBS crash me. Well, I went through a phase where OBS would crash my computer a lot. I don't know if they fixed it or what, but sometimes it'll still do it, but it's alright. This beef stick has a lot of fat in it. I can chase like the fat. Just go on with our journey or jerky mukbang. Yeah, this is a Slim Jim. Pretty good. And it's not spicy. I hate when I accidentally buy the spicy ones. Oh man, that's good. That is so good. I also bought I bought some pork rinds. I bought some pork rinds. They'll have like a lemony taste to them. You guys have those over there in the Philippines? You guys got pork rinds in the Philippines? This is like what I got. It's it says Turkey Creek Snacks, chili lime flavored. Pretty good. It's a little too limey. I wish they would tone down the lime a little bit. I love those. We call it Chiharan. Chiharan, yeah. They're good. They're good if you put them in soup, but don't let them get too soft. Like in the beginning when they're getting soft, they're like really good with soup. Japote, you should know. Well, the thing I liked that was Filipino was, remember that fish I had on stream? It's that really skinny fish that like you can just eat it with the bones, and it's like this really thin, dry fish. It's like a chip. It's like they dried an entire fish into a chip, and they cut it in half. I think that was really good. I'm a big fan of that. Like all of that, like fishy. Everything that's like fishy like that, I love it. That's why I suspect I might like that. Remember that nasty fish they eat, like that fermented fish? I don't know, not nasty, but you know the Vikings used to eat and do now sometimes. I might like it just because like I kind of like all of that stuff. There's no America there. Wait, there is no America. There is no Philippines. Everything is Rome. Welcome to Rome, citizens. Nice. Pretty good. I feel like the acidity, though, if I keep eating those, it can't be good for your teeth, like that much acidity. Oh, man. Oh, that's good. Pomos enganados. Nice. Alrighty. Embrace the dark side? Swallow the energy drink? Oh, yeah. No, I had to go and get one. I'm like, I wanted to use a Brazilian meme to Mr. Augustus, and he took the opportunity. I want to use it. I think it meant you were being fooled. We were deceived. Nice. I just grabbed my materials and stuff, and now I'm lazy again. True. Um, be influenced by Master Yuri, 8 hours of nonstop work, and spends 5 hours programming. Well, I didn't really like. No, it's not really like that. Like, there's days like that, but no. I have. I only have so many hours in me. Like the painting stuff. I can like when I do like if I take a day, let's say I take a day off and I just kind of like do learning programming, it's kind of very between YouTube videos and gaming. I just keep coming like kind of like coming back to it while I. It's not like I just sit there for 8 hours straight and do anything. I like like streaming is the more intense thing because there's like I try to like keep it moving because and stuff. So, but when I'm just sort of like learning to program on a day off or something, it's very casual, leisurely paced. I don't treat it like I'm at work or anything. So I also don't. I also think like burnout is really real. Like it's a really. You can kind of like burn yourself out to where it takes like 8 times longer to like recover from it, where you just don't care about whatever you were trying to do, because like every time you think about it, you're like disgusted by it. So that's another thing. Is like I would not advise. You know, it depends on what kind of person you are, but I do enough programming at work. Yeah, you must dream about it. Do you sometimes dream about program? Do you like ever sit there and like when you wander off into thought, your mind goes back to like solving a problem that you couldn't solve? Does that happen to you? I bet that happens, right? All the time, probably. At least that like is you have a job where like you're using your brain. There were times like that, yeah. But like, if you have a job like programming, I'm assuming your chance of becoming like senile is a lot less, right? Because you're like, I'm sure like you're good at what you do, right? So you're not, it's not like you're like a lot of days aren't necessarily like you doing the most intense programming ever, but still, you know, like it's not like in the beginning when you're learning, you're like really just brutalizing yourself to try and remember stuff. Mm, I know I've gone years without painting anything. This year alone, I spent about 50 days doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, you gotta be careful with burnout. Sometimes you just sit on it because we get too much hyperfixated. We can't solve anything and had to step back. Sometimes we just sit on it because we get too much. We get too much hyperfixation. We can't solve everything. Right? Yeah. I always feel like when I step back, like I'm defeated, like I'm admitting defeat, though. And just, like I know, like often, right, when you're stuck and you come back to it, you like immediately find the solution, but it feels like at the time when you stop torturing yourself, it's like it feels like you're just giving up, and so it's not as cool. Sometimes the eureka moment happens when you're not in front of the desk. I've definitely had some good. There is something about the shower theory. Like you get your good ideas in the shower. I've definitely had the shower epiphany. Um, I think the shower works better at idea generation too because it's like you're really not expecting to be doing anything. You're kind of like locked out of doing anything other than showering because you can't even have your phone in there with you, right? So I think that's when the genius happens is like those moments. That's my theory about that, anyways. Like, uh, but the secret is to establish a routine and keep doing that. I do think like the most important thing in anything is probably consistency. Like it doesn't have to be super crazy, but I think like you just can't get stuff done without consistency. That's the only thing that really works. It's better than intelligence, and like every other thing is subpar to that. Um, Secret is to establish routine, keep going. Yes, yes, true. That Mexican painter, friend of mine, is the best example. He must be approaching 15,000 pages, 35 a week. I remember that one you were talking about. Man never stops. Yeah, I don't know. That to me, that's a little crazy. I don't know how do you paint 5 paintings a day? 5 paintings a day. It has to be like it. Some of it has to be trash. Like there's no way. You know what I mean? Like not trash, but you know. Um, just saying. It's the same thing as like people who like read fast, like fast readers. I know it's like its own like skill, but like there's no way you're like soaking in the info, right? You have to be just skimming over and just lightly kind of going over the material. When he's not painting, he's updating the stores and do. But there's no way he's doing anything. Like if you didn't, like if you never washed yourself and someone prepared all your food and you never got up from the chair, 35 paintings a day, unless you mean a month, still a painting a day average or whatever, 1.1 a day, that's still crazy. Like a painting a day, think about it. Like a painting takes usually weeks, right? Or whatever. There, I don't see how that's possible outside of just being okay with it just being total trash. That's why programming is a bad job. If you can't get something to work, you'll think about it all day. Even yeah, the only you know what else scares me about programming jobs? Not that I'm in any danger of getting one, but outside of vibe coding, is that like some of them grade you based on your input, like the amount of like solutions you make. And so what people do is they kind of do reports of like, oh, I made this change and like this, that, and the other because of the way that they're graded in the system. And so they end up making things that are redundant or solving things that don't need to be solved or adding things that don't need to be added. You know, there's like things like that where it's just like you can't apply like with especially with programming where you have you know like you don't want more code in there for the sake of more code, right? Anyway, I don't know where I've been watching a lot of shows about programming, like people talking about it, so I'm like I have like the surface level knowledge of the industry. He lives to paint and paints to live. I think this is the type of guy who is bound to do well. I mean, yeah, you're saying he's doing well, and I believe you. I'd say most people would rather would consider 95% of his work to be terrible. Oh, there you go. He doesn't even care. He keeps going. I love that. There are days when he paints 12 paintings in a single day. Oh man, that's funny. Honestly, like he's transcended beyond needing to. If he's doing well economically enough to feed himself, then actually it doesn't matter. Like actually, he is winning. I need to start painting my Warhammer figures with the same mentality. I'm just gonna get like a bucket of paint, dunk them in there, pull them out, and call it a day, and then end the stream. I love that though. He just doesn't care. Don't worry, I wiped the Cheeto dust on my clothes, so my hands are clean. Yeah, I wish I had like 1/10 the confidence that man has, right? I wish I had like just 1/10 of what he has in terms of like self belief. He earned $3 million in 15 years. I mean, he's doing something right. We were playing before. We were playing before where we make an infinite loop screen. So annoying. You have to turn off your computer to stop it. And imagine if that is possible without AI. What more if AI is doing that? You can actually more drastic stuff, like delete company database. Wait, I gotta reread that. We were playing before where we make an infinite pop-up screen. So annoying. You have to turn off your computer to stop it, and imagine if that is possible without AI. What more if AI is doing that? Oh, I see what you're saying. I set more of his work. I'll check it out. I don't wanna like bash like we I don't know who you're talking, you know, who this guy is. I don't wanna bash him, but from what you're telling me, it's really funny. Uh do more drastic stuff. Yeah, I think that there's gonna be they're finding like they're doing the AI stuff with like finding exploits in defensive defenses, like, you know, for hacking. And I guess the AI is finding all kinds of crazy vulnerabilities because it's just able to combine several vulnerabilities and time them perfectly in order to get through systems. So I think the AI hacking stuff is going to be just crazy. Like once that gets going, and once the general population is exposed to being, you know, I think AI is gonna make like I don't know, like being online is like crazy dangerous. It's not so bad. They're not the best paintings in the world, but they're not terrible either. I don't want to spoil the Horizon Zero Dawn. No, I get it. It's the same kind of AI gone wild kind of story, probably. That would be so crazy though if in my lifetime we went from like having rudimentary computer, not, you know, I guess they were pretty advanced by the time I was born, but to being enslaved by the machines like within my lifetime. Wouldn't that be so wild? Reed, did you ever watch Doggy Hauser MD? No, is that a rapper? Is that a rap guy? No. You're leaving a laugh emoji, so I'm guessing no. Um, I honestly think there's already a log of everything we've done on the internet, along with psychological analysis, risk analysis, as well as details of everything we've done on YouTube. That's true. Probably true. I'm maintaining the base of this piece saved you the effort of pen aligning the details. I'm maintaining the black base of this piece saved you the effort of pen aligning the details. Interesting. That's a good analysis. It is a sitcom about a young doctor played by Neil Patrick Harris. No, I've never seen that. I've never seen that one. I think there's a secret log of everything that could be seen as a crime in your internet conduct, and one day you'll try to be a senator, and they'll come at you with dossier 2009. You saw corn with minors, etc. Yeah, I do think that's like something that's probably done. You know what I mean? I think my uncle watched Doggy Hauser MD before, but I can't remember anything out of it. Says Coolio. Nice. Future Oil says yo. Take a look at my box art here. I think that space is just black under the helmet there. I'm just trying to make sure I wasn't. And finally, I think that insistence on oceanic investment in data centers will be precisely that perfect dictatorial preventative police system. Nice. I guess we don't have to worry about crime anymore. I have no doubt that in the future you will be called upon to explain why you watched 3 videos on YouTube. That's exciting. Man, didn't go out for coffee? Why not? Too many people out there, or Ran into some phone calls. Talked to my brothers and mom because it was my youngest brother's baby day on May 1st. It has been just a really bad month for gatherings. That was also the same week with the funeral. My brothers won't be around tomorrow, so we will celebrate him next weekend. When Future leaves the house, it's like Denzel Washington in the movie Fallen. I need to see that Denzel movie. Future definitely knows Doggy Howser, I bet. Future says, I'm telling you guys I'm an asshole magnet. I'm not sure if those grenades are supposed to be. Or is that supposed to be for the grenades? I can't find a color reference for the grenades. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I can't find the picture of the grenade. The grenades. I guess they wouldn't be. They probably wouldn't be the same color as the armor, right? I would think they'd be like black or something. On the grenades, you could write messages like "Merry Christmas." Yeah, but they're like the size of a ant. They're like size of a half of an ant. It's kind of hard to write all that. What happened this time, future? Yeah, what did happen? Okay, I think I got the armor kind of. The armor is painted armorly, like, right? Uh, I still gotta lighten that up because I was doing that first pass with a darker color, but kind of want to try and. My only fear is that he's a little bit on the bright side. I almost have to hit him with white to kind of get the highlights going. Uh, Nothing this time. I just was calling my brothers on the phone. Long story short, month of May has been terrible time for gatherings. I feel like I read it already, or did you write that twice? I thought you got into a sticky situation again. Yeah, like that story where people were following you and stuff. I'm like, what the? I don't want none of that. Okay. I need to find my I want to find my copper for the little things he's got. I have polished gold. No. But maybe polished gold. We'll see. Maybe polished gold will look good on his shoulder thing. Because it might fit. Like the desert look and these things being like golden or copper for the thing on the side here. It looks really good actually. But I need to go see if I actually have copper or did I use gold that looks like copper. Uh no bullies today. I'll bully you. By the way, is your mom good now? What the? Is my mom good? I'm hiding indoors. Uh let me go see if I did. My mom is good, knock on wood. Nice. Nice. That was way too watered down. It's okay. Need to add more true brass. Dude, that looks so sweet. Dude. Dude. Ah, man, that like really cleans it up. Like that makes it look so much cooler. Mm. Oh god, that's so good. Let me. You know what? I think also because it doesn't look as crazy in real life. Let me do configure video. Let's take the contrast down just a tad. Oh, there we go. Like I think the contrast is a little bit on the extreme end. We'll keep it there for now. I don't know. It looks so much. It looks so good in real life, and then I look over there. It kind of looks all messy. Obviously, it's like zoomed in, but I don't know. Your mom's recovered now. Nice. Man, that looks so cool. This guy looks so cool from here. Just that. Ugh, so cool. Yeah, so awesome. Hey. This. I'm not gonna do the super fancy paint where you make it look. I'm just gonna use metallic paint. I'm not good enough for the fake metal look. Ugh. Excuse me. Whoa, dude, it looks so good. I'm really happy with just like this guy is not nearly done, but like I'm really happy with the way it's like turning out. I wonder, like, because if we bought these models back when my friend was in high school, I wonder if we were to buy a squad of Tau now, would the casts be different? You know what I mean? Like, where would we be quality wise? I'm just sort of curious. I kind of want to look it up. Hmm. Let me look it up real quick. Um. How should I type it in? Tau infantry squad. I guess it's kind of hard to tell, right? Until you have them. Until you got got them in your house. From here, like from first glance, like I don't know. Well, I don't know what age these guys are from, but this does look like a little bit of a different cast. The helmets are different, but I don't know if that's because they're a different unit. Oh man. Um. Man, that's a cool paint job, though. Um. 4 months ago, so that's relatively modern. I kind of like the old style. They're too like a teardrop shape. I like the older style helmets. Personally, personally, I'd have to really dig into this strike team. Okay, it's hard to tell from here because nobody takes good photos, right? Like, actually, let me go to Amazon. Let me just go to Amazon really quick. I'm just sort of curious. Like, are the modern ones like 20 years later, but are they better? Uh, So $51. Not actually, that's not super bad. Like I was looking at prices at the local store, man. Like they got these, they everything, dude. Warhammer is like kind of expensive now. $51 ain't even that bad. I'd have to buy these guys and see. Right, it's kind of hard. They're definitely in different poses than what I got. I'm not gonna buy these, of course, but I'm just sort of curious at like, are they the same models? Are they different? It looks like one of them looks the same. But again, until you have them in your hands, you really can't tell. All kidding aside, you're doing one hell of a paint job on these. Oh, thank you. When he calls his biddies after finishing one soldier robot painting nerd assemble, they all magically pop out. But nope, the one I sent you were $250 to $300. Yeah, they range. Yeah, they go all over the place. The prices are kind of open a throne account because Mr. Future will gift you a set. Yeah, nice. Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. What the? Just a comrade subscribed for 5 months, man. Appreciate it. What the? They subscribed for 5 months, tier 1. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Hula Balu and howdy do. Hey man, thank you for the subscribe, man. Appreciate that. Surprised it was so loud. Why was it so loud that time? I guess the sound gets turned up when it's like more subscribers or something. That was kind of crazy. Thank you for the beers. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. You just paid for my Red Bulls. I went out and got some Red Bulls so I could keep myself moving along here. And I think you just paid them off. How's it going, All Champ? How's it been? Oh, it's been great. Just streaming along. I'm just I gotta get this army done, and it's been a journey. I wish I was faster than I am at painting. I'm definitely like on the slow side. But outside of that, everything's going. I guess I can't complain. I can't complain. I keep procrastinating lately. just thinking I was faster even in drawing at some point. Got drawers blocked, but keep getting writing ideas now for some reason. Gotcha. Yeah, I think, yeah, it'll happen. Thinking about changing my SUV's oil and fixing a leaky kitchen faucet valve. I would definitely change the oil. That sounds like that's the thing to do first. If I had to tackle one thing, that's what I would tackle first. But... I'm thinking about doing kind of like where's my little needle here? But yeah, I've been staying busy learning programming and painting minis. I'm trying to get this army done. But mostly I've been staying busy, just like in the back outside the stream, just kind of working and trying to learn how to program. I'm definitely, it's not going terribly fast, let's say that. Like it's definitely not, I'm not very fast at learning it. It's hard to hold on to all of the information you need to hold on to be able to do it, but I'm gonna try and do something interesting here. Added more black to this, make it a little darker, and I want to try and do like these kind of like these. Actually, let's do that. Well, yeah, I'm gonna try and do these kind of like dark things in the armor, if that makes sense. Or like maybe here's a good spot, like make it dark here and then gradiently go up, kind of. You know what I mean? I don't know if I did a really good job there, but... Visually, welcome, man. how it be? Oh. You see that? Trying to put these like kind of like like shading. I don't know. I might have to restart this unit. I don't know. I feel like I was drawing like the more organic like crudes for so long that like I'm like doing the armor is almost like I'm like what is even going on? Because I'm so like like from here it looks okay, but I just can't get it to look super good. out of the game. To be fair, this unit is a lot smaller than the Kroot. The Kroots are like actually 1/3 taller, and they're like just there's more Kroot there. These guys are like smaller and they're harder to paint. Sorry, I got to soothe out my ego a little bit because I'm getting wrecked over here. I'm trying my best, and it's like it's not going terribly, but it's like from here it looks awesome. Like this unit would be totally, you know what I mean? Like these little. You see how on that rifle I put a little darker spot? I was trying to do that kind of, and on the helmet I was trying to do that, but you can. It just doesn't look that good right now. I might be able to fix it, but it just doesn't look like super nice. Santone, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted that kind of a desert soldier's look. The legs I just did the legs darker because I was trying to figure out a way to actually paint faster by making the color darker and then lighter again. I might have to scrap this unit just because it's alright, but you know. Future Oil says maybe some highlights. True. Well, I'm busting out my white right now too for that. We'll see. I hate these like buckets, these paint bucket things. I never like that's partially why I didn't want to buy. This is like how Citadel sells them like this, and you gotta like. Oh, that is chunky! Holy crap! Whoa, it's just chunky as heck in there. What the? Whoa. Well, maybe the other one was like that too. I just didn't know. It must have been sitting there since its manufacturing date. That is crazy. Maybe that, I mean, think about how much pigment is in there. Whoa, I did not know. I was like almost just using water. That's crazy. That was so chunky. Like it was like formed into a big chunk down there. Because it's been sitting, you know, for I wonder when its manufacturing date is. Yeah, something to watch out for. I gotta check the other bucket. Maybe the other bucket wasn't all that impressive because of that. You know what I mean? Maybe I should have dug in there and did a little bit of this action. Just gonna break up the paint. Man, that's disappointing because then that would explain why that other paint was so. Was it right? Because if it's sitting there for like a year, 2 years, or whatever, before. Have you tried taking a pic and comparing it in real life of color match? Have I? No, I haven't. He's going to work on that figure for another 12 hours? True. I was talking to somebody that paints models. I asked him like how long it takes, and they said 5 to 6 hours per unit that's not a specialized like character unit, which didn't feel good to hear that because I'm over here for like 18 hours straight. I said 12 to 14. I meant like 24 hours straight before they're. I don't get how people I don't see how you could finish these faster again. But it could be just because I'm just not smart enough. All right. Just for science, I'm gonna open the other one up really quick. Yeah, put more water in here. Just for science, I just want to open this one up and see is it all chunky down there? Because that white one was just like really far gone. You gotta put something in there too. No, this one's completely fine. Okay, this one's fine. Okay. It's just that white one. It must have... Maybe it's the characteristic of that pigment. Who knows? Or it sat there for God knows how long. You are very methodical and demanding. I don't know, being called methodical and demanding, it just doesn't ring as like sexy and cool. Like that sounds like someone that's like some sort of a like it doesn't sound modern and slick and cool. It sounds like annoying manager is like what that sounds like. Meticulous, meticulous and demanding, strict, unwavering. It's like all of those words like remind me of like flashbacks to management or something. Like no one wants to be remembered as like he was very methodical and demanding. No one wants to be remembered like that. Oh, that looks pretty cool right there. I like the way that just turned out. Man, this white is actually pretty dope. This white is good. See, I kind of feel like this right here is what I was talking about. This is how I want my paint to feel. It feels like water. I'm just putting on water that wants to go on there, but it has like a crap load of pigment in there. Some of these colors, they're like, it's like, good luck working with this goop. That's translucent goop. Good luck. See, this is what I'm talking about. If all of these paints behaved like this, then we'd be just rocket shipping right now to the moon. Sorry, guys. I don't know if chat is going right now. I'm just kind of like in a good zone right now. The Red Bull is finally settling in. Think they're calling you a nerd. What the? Nice. When it comes to art, this is sexy and cool. Yes, nice. Annoying manager. Yeah. Demanding and meticulous. You're just setting too much expectations. Like your KPI. I don't know what KPI stands for, but it's just like I want it to be like box art. Like I basically want to paint like the box art. You know what I mean? Like I would be completely fine if all I ever did was achieve box art level of paint. I think that's totally good. I don't understand anything about this, but there must be some medium or acrylic, and there must be specific mediums for painting models. Well, acrylic, yeah, like acrylic ones are like Vallejo has one to thin down paint. I mean it's acrylic, you just use water, right? Guess what? It turns out I was overcharged at the grumpy old guys at store for one of the canvas. Wow, dude, they got you. They got you, man. You thought you were getting a deal, but the deal got you. It's okay, it happens. I'm sure it was a mistake any one of us could have made. Let's see. I need more white. Forgot where I put the pie of white. What the? That's not it. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay. Stands for key performance indicators. Thought it's a term used at work. I thought, oh, well, not where we worked. Yeah. Yeah, they probably do. You're probably right about that. That's why I just never heard of that. I like that though. Key performance indicators. I like the ring of it. I like the way it sounds. Yeah, so we're gonna be measuring the key performance indicators from here on out. And we're really gonna be digging down into the information there. This is just for us to see where you guys are at. This is for us to see where you guys are at right now. See if we can fine tune. You like that kind of speech by management. Oh, they love to find like something like that, like some kind of acronym, and then they just roll with it. You just hear that for the next 3 months. You know. Go back there, pretend you're outraged, and demand a discount. Buy 3 more canvases. Is a good manager, bro. I'm actually not. I think I'm more of a golem that sits in the corner and tinkers with his machines. I'm not really a good manager. Yeah. Remember, if there is no receipt, then you have no proof. Mr. Grumpy Man will throw you out. True. Some time ago, I saw an artist who lives in a gigantic houseboat in the middle of a huge lake in the mountains. I was born for that. You know what? The other thing about living on the boat in the mountains is when you're on the boat, a lot of people do this is it's nice because you don't have to pay taxes or property taxes. And this is a challenge. For sure. This is a challenge. Some time ago, I saw an artist who lives in a blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Read that already. I'm just trying to do these edge highlights on this plate armor here. It's going semi-successfully, but I think that some of the issues that my the color itself is like a little bit on the light side, so. Okay, it's kind of getting there. And I kind of have to get used to painting these guys because they are a little bit different. Just the armor and stuff, it's kind of, just a different vibe. Like, there's a V8 car out there. I can hear the grumbling engine. Some time ago, I saw an artist. Did you have time to watch the Hellraiser scene? You know what? I saw it, but I didn't see it. So I left. Mr. So and So, it's good to see you again. You bought Frenzy. No, I remember being scared of it when I was a kid, but I'll might give it if I remember. Usually, like when people send me stuff, and after the stream, I kind of, I walk the dog, I go eat, and like then it's like I either get to them or I don't get to them. Just like I want to play my video games or whatever. But sometimes I do watch it. If things are really long, the longer something is that somebody sends me, the less chance I'll make through. Unless it's like just happens to be like the most interesting thing ever to me. But usually, like the longer something is, the less likely I am gonna make it through it. Not that what you sent me was long. I'm just saying sometimes I just can't get to all the videos and stuff, and it's just after the stream I have to go. I have to go hang upside down in my closet to restore my like strength, like a vampiric creature. I only have so many. I only have so much. I only have so many minutes before I have to go do that. If only there was like some way, and I'm sure there's like a paint equivalent of this, is to have a blur tool, right? Like if I had some kind of a blur tool to like in a computer program, you know? See kind of where I'm going with what I'm trying to do here. It looks like a neutral green. Is that light blue? Is that light blue? No, it's the same color with black in it. It's the same color with black in it. But you're right, it does kind of look like it has a blue, like maybe like here kind of looks bluish a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame you for saying that. I don't blame you. I do like to like I know I'm not the greatest painter, but I do like to take these like standard infantry that aren't special characters and just try and take them to like a pretty high level. You know what I mean? There's something about that that's like that just tickles me to like take just a squad of Imperial Guardsmen and just absolutely just like make it like super duper awesome. You know, oh man, that's actually looking pretty good right now. Like that, like a little bit of shadow, kind of like that dark rising up. I think that's kind of what I was going for. Is that kind of look, a little bit have that gradient on the plating of the armor. I think it makes it look really sexy. Gives it that like damn. Oh, let me go. You know what? My dog's been really quiet for a while. Let me go check on him. I haven't heard him be annoying in like forever. He's fine. The dog is fine. Alright, the dog is okay. He's just laying there quietly. Ah, my second set of Slim Jims. But the camera has that wonky AWB thing, so I had to ask. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Man, these Slim Jims were actually really good. They're like very fatty and very soft. A lot of times, like these beef sticks are too dry and like they don't hit the spot. So I think that's one of the mistakes I was making before in streaming is I just wasn't eating for like 7 hours straight. This is how you gotta do it. That's something that doesn't exist in Brazil. Oh, beef steak, like Slim Jims. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay sometimes for a snack. Because if if you don't want to grab some chips or whatever. He's starting to look pretty good. I just wish I could like really smooth out the paint. You know what I mean? Like really smooth it out. I think it would like make him look real professional level, but right now it's not. It ain't there yet. Now, from here, you know what I mean? From like normal distance, like even, I'm sitting pretty close, it looks good. It just doesn't look like, it doesn't have that like, holy crap. We actually don't have Slim Jims here, but I checked Wikipedia. How do you guys live your lives? What do you guys waste your money on? Red Bull Part 2. I don't know if you thought I was out of Red Bulls, but I'm not. Marlboro. Oh, true, yeah. Whoa. I can't open these. Like, dude. Dude, you cannot open these lately. I don't know what they're doing with them in the factory, but like, you can't open them. Like, I have to use all of my strength to pop these open. Hold on, I'm using a blade right now. I have to be careful. I don't want to chip a blade in there. Give me a second, guys. I'm using Exo knife to open my Red Bull. In my defense, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, what do you want me to do? Like, it won't. Like, if the tab is gonna break. It's not my fingers are fine. Like, they're super strong. It's the tab is gonna break off. Man, I'm telling you, manufacturing standards are just going down the shitter lately. It's like, I can't open these cans without breaking the tab off. No, I'm using an Exo knife. God. Fuck. I don't want to like cut myself either here with an Exo knife. That's the other thing I don't want. Is to be like in a news story. A streamer dies live. There we go. God, worth every cent. Worth every cent. Okay. Ugh, so good. I got wounded by an easy open can myself. True, yeah. All you gotta do is just slide in the wrong direction. I'm not wary of opening them. I'm not wary of opening them or have someone open it. And I'm now wary of opening them or have someone open it for me. Yeah. You gotta like, I always like think about where I'm putting the pressure on the knife, right? You gotta like, I know you know. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm just saying I always like try to be like, if this slips, where is it going to slip into? And if the answer is my hand may, like, if there's even a slight chance, I try to like change the angle of what I'm doing, or at least hold it steady enough that it can't like slip. I'm like counter forcing the amount of force it would take for it to slip, So even if it does, there's not enough to do any damage. But yeah, you really can't. Anytime you're using any kind of cutting thing, you better be paying attention. Again, thank you for just a comrade who just donated 5 subs and paid for my my very enjoyable drinks. I think I overdid it there. I think I overdid it. I pushed it up way too far. I meant to just get that little bit of a corner, and then I got carried away. That was my fault. I had too much material on there anyway. That's typical of a world crisis. Everything is getting progressively worse and flawed. Well, just have to wait for the AI to take over. I saw my dad before opening a non-easy can without a can opener, so I learned that life skill. You have to hold the blade to guide it on the edge of the can, then tap it down till it makes a hole. You know, I've seen a dude open a can of not in real life, it was a YouTube video. He took a can of stew or whatever, and he was like showing how to open cans if you don't have any tools. And he basically like used his fingers to cave in the middle, and then once he got that going, he just like bent the metal back and forth until he got it like open on the side of the lid. It was pretty interesting. Like he was like, this is how you know open cans, like zero tool challenge, and it worked. But you definitely have to you have to bend it in just the right spot, and it's doable. But if you didn't know, you would just starve to death, like because it is like a tricky trick, you know. It's like breaking. It's sort of like doing the breaking the handcuffs, right? You can bend the links in just the right angle and use the leverage of your arms to break open the cuffs, but or the link. But it's you gotta get it just the right angle to do it. I don't think easy cans were not yet a thing when my dad was alive. Oh, the ones with the tabs. It's funny to imagine that at some point in some war, someone died of hunger surrounded by cans of food that were impossible to open. That is a hilarious thought. That is hilarious. But I also kind of, if you're in a war, like let's say it's a, cans probably existed in like World War I or something. I feel like you probably have a knife on you. Like I don't know. I feel like I would take a shovel, like anything to like smash it open, right? The edge of a shovel and your boot, just like drive that in there or something. I feel like, I mean, maybe somebody died that way, but I think if anyone died that way, it'd probably be someone that got stuck in the mountain that forgot to bring supply, like forgot to bring, a thing and realize how screwed they were. I have a 120-year-old espresso machine. I have some 50-year-old can openers. Oh, nice. The contents will make a beautiful arc from the can to your mouth. I thought everyone learned from Popeye, just squeeze it on the sides. Unhinged Oxygen, welcome. How's it going? Long time no see. Unless you were here quietly. I should at least paint that, make a composition. I have about 30 sets of antique teacups too. It's a shame I'm not interested in still lives. Man, the top of that rifle is starting to look pretty good. I'm starting to really like the way that looks. Point this up a little bit here. I know I haven't, like, it's... Sure what just fell. Let's get her like that. So you guys can see the magic. What the? Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, Coolio. Appreciate the Red Bull fund. What the? Wait, have you guys been talking this entire time? I haven't for a while. Have been busy. Also, vastly different time zone. Gotcha, man. Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, the time zone thing will get you. It'll get you. Yeah, that rifle's starting to, at least from like human distance, that rifle's starting to look pretty sharp. Are you still playing Helldivers? No, I just don't have the time anymore. I kind of like those games sometimes take like 40 minutes, and I kind of I kind of don't. I haven't really been playing games lately, like a lot. You know, maybe jumping on Diablo 4 like for a couple of minutes, and that's about it. Fallout Shelter on my phone. You know, I'll still play like a little bit of a Rusted Warfare here and there for a couple of minutes after whatever, you know, after I'm done with something. But it's been very honestly, I haven't really been like in a super mood to play video games anyway. Like I just haven't really super felt like it. It's amazing how much time you can spend painting these. Um, I wasn't paying attention. Thank you, Julio, for the gifts. It is all right. It's just 5 minutes more or less. Me too. Yesterday, my friend convinced me to play 7 matches of competitive StarCraft. When it was over, I felt mentally destroyed. Oh, did you play for the? Yeah, I imagine you played the second one, right? That's the one you like more. I like them both. I just aesthetically, I like the first one a little bit better. I like the 2D graphics and the charm of the era of the how they. I think StarCraft 1 is very clunky. It's got some quirks to it, but the clunkiness is that's part of what makes it good. If you like clunky stuff. What's weird is though, like at the time, like when I played it as a kid, it seemed like the most refined game of all time. It didn't come off as like the way we like it is awful. Like if you jump into StarCraft 1 right now and move those Marines around and they just get stuck on every fucking thing, it's like wow. Not modern. Modern stuff is definitely better from the standpoint of it being more refined and playable. I love what they did with StarCraft 2. The game is so fluid and fast. Even the animations are wonderful. I still see new scenes after 3,000 matches. We are easy to pick back then. 3D is in its infancy during this time. There wasn't a lot of demand. Now all we got is AAA games with bloated graphics supported on equally bloated console. Then hit you with paywall subscriptions or pay DLC. Then they'll shut down servers because it wasn't earning as much as. That's the crazy thing to me. Is they're like, yeah, we're making super money, but it's not outlandish money. It's not crazy money. So we're gonna go ahead and shut down the service. That is wild. I'm like, but why can't you? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because I'm a poor, I don't understand how to think rich. Like I don't understand how they think. So I'm like, yeah, but you're in the positive. They're like, yeah, but I'm not winning the game. right? I need to beat everybody. I keep thinking like a poor person, where I'm like, oh, we're in the positive. Uh, the way to deal with this is to never buy a game from these companies again. Yeah, buy my game, by the way. The game I'm working on that I have nothing made yet. Buy that one. Oh, hey, maybe I should do a. Maybe I should open a Patreon or something. Like, what's that thing called where you bag people? Where you? I'm not above e-bagging, guys. Like, what do I need to set up so people give me money to make my game to fund my dream? Is it a Patreon? And if it is, I'm gonna have to tell Japochi about that so he can set it up for me. Patreon, yeah. Guys, I'm gonna have to open up a Patreon. So I was thinking of the lore the other day, and I think the lore should be that okay, so meteorite comes down to Earth, scientists find it, and then they put it like you are still going to be in underground government facilities kind of thing, like Half Life kind of vibe as a creature faction, but it's going to be you weren't made there, you came from space. Because the reason I want it to come from space is because I want it to be connected to a broader conflict of look kind of like with the aliens where the ship with all the eggs they had in Prometheus, they were going to use that to wipe out humanity because they decided humanity wasn't going in the right direction. And that's kind of what I want to do, like, or that's the lore. Unless that's too close to their lore, I don't want to get in trouble. But like if I made like a little game and the game starts up with an animation where asteroid flies down to Earth, and then like that's the start of the game. There's no way anyone could sue me, right? Or like for that idea being like, let's say remember that silent movie where silence stands still, whatever that movie was with those four-legged things eating people. I forget the name of it, but it was like a silent place or something like that. Well, like that movie's premise is the same thing. It's just meteorite comes down, yada yada, right? And what I'm saying is exactly that. But like, I'm sure if someone made a little game about that with like different creatures but the same premise, then you probably wouldn't get sued. Like, you probably wouldn't get in trouble for that. But how do you know? Like, how do you know you're not stepping on some toes, right? Like, how do you know that what you're doing isn't going to get you in trouble? Because like, there's so many sci-fi ideas now that it's like, how do you even do any of them? Because they've all been told like a million times now. You're still painting. True. Um, it's not a bad idea, but you'll have to promote it and create a really exciting marketing campaign. Oh, fuck, no. Nope, well, never mind. Of course not. There are about 800 movies and games with that theme. Right. No, you're making good sense. You're making good sense. It would be better to do something new, like a company that was trying to salvage endangered species with AI. No AI. I don't want AI there. And in the end, AI created an overwhelming aberration with the goal of making a biological weapon. Maybe we could do scientists in Arctic, Antarctic, where like the ice is melting and they find eggs from long ago, and they become they dig like super far down, and they like run into like some eggs, and they're like, oh, you have the overly curious scientist trope kind of like going towards it, and then bam, face hugger, game starts. Like, good one. Yeah, I like the eggs deep down in the earth, like they're dormant. Like, some fish, they can coat themselves in like this cocoon, and they have water inside of there, so they can stay dormant like that for like years in a desert until the water comes back. So these are the same thing, but they're like way more advanced, set there by aliens or whatever. And so you do a cutscene. I'm not even going to do a cutscene, but like that's going to be like notes you find, right? Like I don't have the budget for a cutscene, but notes you find will explain this, or like pictures where they're in the Antarctic, and we could even make it like they found it back in the 18th century, not 18th century, but like early 19th century, where they're like doing the exploration. That's when they found them in some ancient temple, brought them back, and now they're just like unfreezing them, and then. Have I told you about the conspiracy theory regarding eels? No. No, but please do tell me. Um it's like gold on the shoulder. Yeah, it's like it's a copper on the shoulder there. Okay. The last thing because we are deep into this, I want to try and push back the saturation a little bit, like smooth this out. You see how this transition right here, super brutal. I want to smooth this out and on the helmet too, by making a new little batch here. We are dying to find out. Yeah, yes. Please tell us about. And I'm not even being fun. I'm not like trying to be funny about it. Like, I'm sure there's something. It is weird. Eel is a strange creature. The fact that they produce electric power, and no one has thought of making electric plants with that somehow. They say eels don't have reproductive system, and that they migrate from ocean floor to freshwater rivers. So the theory is that they are leviathan sperm. I'm already sold. I'm already sold. So do they asexually reproduce? Like what's their like? They say they don't have it, but obviously they are reproducing somehow, right? I'm sure they've captured them and watched them reproduce. So like, what are they? I'm just sort of curious about their. You're talking about your game? Yeah, we were just talking about the lore, like what the official lore might be. I'm no expert, but they say nobody knows how they. But how they not know how they reproduce? I need to ChatGPT that for sure. I'm sure it'll lie because if it is connected to the Eldritch God, it's just gonna lie. But like, there's no way they don't know because they have them in. I've seen them in tanks and stuff. So they would eventually reproduce, right? I don't think it's really diluted enough. But don't confuse them with electric eels, which are a type of fish. I'm talking about those eels that are basically a tube with a mouth and a suction cup. Oh, I was thinking about the electric ones, yeah. I definitely thought of the electric ones. The plot twist is that a fictional variant of Runner being created the pest. Right, right, right. Oh, you know what the cool twist would be is if we said that it was the government, like the government said it was like that the government like they say it was discovered on Earth, like far beneath the whatever, but actually it was just them making it in the lab. Like that would be kind of fun. Eh, it doesn't look quite as smooth as I had hoped there, but it doesn't look, you know, terrible. Uh, the man is spouting pure lunacy, though. The plot twist, within the story, right? That's what they call lamprey, a lamprey version. That is how Resident Evil came to be. Well, yeah, Resident Evil, as far as I remember, was made in that vial or whatever, right? Like it was made underground. I mean, at least according to the first movie, if I remember correctly. kind of smoothing things out. I think it's starting to look pretty good. Like it's starting to get to that, starting to improve. Definitely needs a lot of refinement and stuff, but you guys can kind of see the direction it's headed in. I'll zoom out there for a second. You know, when you see it from a distance, it looks a lot better. You gotta do the legs, of course, but you can kind of start to see how it would look, kind of like, you know, with the size. I think I'm liking this. This is good. Like if I can just maybe get the standard a little bit higher than this, like another 15%. But if you look at the upper torso, that armored thing he's got with that gradient coming up, I think that's gonna look real sweet. It's gonna hit that like note of professionalism. I think it's gonna look good. I can't remember the exact details, but Umbrella company is building a BioWare bio warfare, but I think the government is pulling some strings regarding its funding. Yeah, it was something like that, right? Yeah. But they were like a pharmaceutical company, weren't they? Like Umbrella or whatever. I keep remembering that bunker size of 10 cities. Everything is so big. Like I said, it starts with that final boss thing, which is always devil wanting to destroy the world for pleasure in all the sagas. Nice. I don't like this inevitable evolution stories. Nowadays, everything always ends with a full explanation of what's happening and always ends in apocalypse and a fight against the devil. Gotcha. Yeah, well, I'm happy with the I think we're on the right track. I don't think I'm gonna be redoing this unit completely, because for a while there I'm like I might have to restart, but I'm looking at it and I'm like I think we can render things out and clean things up and get this guy looking pretty good, and follow this template for the rest of these guys. I'm pretty happy. So yeah, just need to keep. What am I? 6 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna go take a longer break, play some video games, and eat. Walk the dog maybe, and then do some more painting later tonight and stuff like that. But I appreciate you guys' company and all the. Thank you, Coolio, for the sub, and then just a comrade with his subs and all that. But yeah, I'll be back and we'll keep painting. But yeah, I still got. This is like first of 12 of these guys. That's the problem. Is I'm so slow. I'm slow as molasses when it comes to painting. So, I mean, I enjoy it. I've been talking to other people and they were like, "Oh no, it doesn't take 12 hours at all." I'm like, okay, thanks for streaming. Yeah, no problem, Coolio. All right, guys, I super appreciate it. I'm gonna go chill. Hope you guys find somebody else to chill with and all that. Bye.